Yes, Mr. Sibiya.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you would have seen that there are quite a number of files that have been prepared for this witness.
Unfortunately, yes.
My apologies for that. But the good news is that we're not going to go through all of them today. We're going to begin with 3 files. And if I could just alert the commissioners and the witness as well as to the files that we're going to be referring to today.
Yes.
It will be file 1 of 10, which is the witness statement. It will be file 2 of 10, marked annexures.
Yes.
File 2A, which is supplementary annexures to statement, and file 3 of 10, which is marked annexures. So those are the bundles that the commissioners and the witness need to have at hand today. And the first file we will be referring to is file 1, which is the witness's statement. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioners.
We have had a discussion already, and we've agreed that you will take the commission through your statement. I will afford you the opportunity to go through your statement with minimal interruption. It's a 90-page statement, so we will ask you to, summarize where possible, but we want you to provide your version with minimal interruption. So that would be the plan as you and I have agreed. And if we could begin then, and your statement is divided into sections. Can we begin with, in very brief, your introductory section and your career path that you indicated you'd like to discuss?
Our experience, General, is that if a witness does not read but attempts to do what they consider to be summarizing, they end up being much longer than if they were reading the statement. I'm not suggesting that you should read. If you are able to summarize, the summary should really be a summary. But sometimes we've just preferred that a witness should read because they cannot summarize. But starting off with summarizing may be better, but we'll see as we progress.
Let's see how it goes, Chair. Some aspects of the statement can just be read in. Thank you.
May I proceed, Commissioners?
Yes.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, Commissioners, I would like to thank the Commissioners for the opportunity to come and present my side of the story. And I'll be doing so honestly. Commissioners, how my statement has been drafted is that I will start with my career path, because to me, this is what is important for the Commissioners and the country at large to know where I come from. And then from there, I will be talking about the labor disputes and investigations encountered that led to my dismissal from the Hawks initially, and my arrest for the alleged involvement in the rendition matter, and alleged fraudulent travel claims, and allegations of high treason and espionage against me, and public protector investigation that was conducted in the city of Joburg, and my suspension from SAPS following the disbandment of the PKTT. Now, for now, without any waste of time, I just want to shoot straight to my CV. I am currently employed by the South African Police Service, and I'm appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner, and I'm responsible for crime detection. Commissioners, I joined the South African Police Service on the 1st of June. In 1988, actually, I started as a student. In fact, I started as a official court interpreter in Rustenburg. And then I then applied to be a policeman whilst I was in court. Then I continued as a court orderly in court whilst I'm in the police. And then on the 1st of January 1989, I then went straight to college of the South African Police, where I passed out from the passing out parade on the 28th of June 1989. I grew up the ranks up until I was appointed as a commissioned officer, a captain at Interpol. I was appointed as a desk officer responsible for internationally missing and wanted persons. I also later resigned from the South African Police Service because I was appointed as a regional manager for security and investigation at Telkom. It was a senior position that let me go there. And then I started at the Western Cape region. And with my experience, with the work that I was doing there, I was then further sent to Bloemfontein so that I could also implement the same that was implemented in Cape Town. Then later, because Gauteng is the most problematic province of all the provinces in the country, I was then sent to Gauteng, where I pushed in Gauteng. Then in 2001, I joined the Directorate of Special Operations, the Scorpions, as a senior special investigator, and I was later placed at head office as a custodian of project in the DSO, especially responsible for the Eastern Cape. In 2004, April, I, together with Advocate Lebo Mdalane, I think she's now Masilela, who is now a judge. Advocate Maisela. We were sent to Bloemfontein to go and start a new office of the Scorpions. There was no Scorpions in Bloemfontein and Northern Cape, and together, me and her, we were sent there in a car to go and start a new office of the Scorpions, which we did. And then I was later in 2005 appointed as the chief special investigator there, and at the level of today in the police they call it a brigadier, but at that level it was a chief special investigator on the side of the Scorpions. I have been involved in various investigations and the management of serious and complex financial investigations and serious corruption and serious organized crime. That is what we were doing at the Scorpions. This includes forensic investigations in a variety of industries, which include the public sector, municipalities, parastatals, telecommunications, financial service, retail, mining, manufacturing, automobile, cross-border operations. All what I've mentioned, I've operated in that space. When the Eastern Cape province was hit by a spate of fraudulent and corrupt activities, that affected service delivery in the Eastern Cape province, the former President Thabo Mbeki instructed the National Department of Public Works and Administration to intervene. And I was one of the people who were sent there to actually lead the operations in the Eastern Cape. A multidisciplinary law enforcement team was established to investigate and prosecute cases of fraud and corruption within the public service. The Joint Anti-Corruption Task Team consisted of investigators from the National Intelligence, the then Scorpions, the National Prosecuting Authorities, SIU, Auditor General of South Africa, and CIRA. That was a multidisciplinary task team that was operating in the Eastern Cape, and I was part of the leaders there because I was the one managing investigations and operations. One of the highlights of my career is when I was invited to speak at the OECD Global Anti-Corruption and Integrity Forum career in Paris, in France. On the 27th of March 2018, I featured alongside dignitaries such as Mr. Robert Poeti, a Minister of Integrity in Public Procurement and Information Resources in Quebec, Canada, and Gustavo Ferrari, Minister of Justice for the province Buenos Aires in Argentina. Subsequent to the disbandment of the Scorpions...
Sorry, General, and I'm very sorry to interrupt. I appreciate that you want to dwell on your CV and you want to explain this. It's important to you. But I have noted that your CV is 18 pages long, You're on page 2. And if you were to continue at this pace throughout the rest of it, it might take some time. I wondered, and I don't want to stop you from explaining your background, but could you, instead of reading it in, just tell us what the highlights are?
Commissioners, I thought, together with the evidence leader, we agreed that my CV, where I come from, is important to me and to my career, and for the commissioners to know where I come from, and for the people of South Africa to know who is sitting here accounting in front of them. So to me, my CV, as I said earlier, even in the meeting, that my CV is very much crucial to explain where I come from. Now, the story that I was telling, commissioners, if you can see, is just one more page. The rest is just your relevant experience, your qualifications that are not really a story like the way it is. Some are courses. So I think the commissioner can just pay me.
May I come in then, General? If, as you say, you have one more page, then we will allow you to continue. I'm sure you saw us whispering maybe about 3 minutes or so ago. We too were concerned about the detail into which you are going on the content of your CV.
Noted, Chair.
Yes, because I went through the summary in your statement, and I thought that does somewhat give one an idea of who you are and what your experience is. That much detail is taking up a lot of time. But if, as you say, it's just one more page, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will skip some of the paragraphs or maybe some of the, but
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes it by combining everything you need: projects, chat, and knowledge in one place. It's all powered by the world's most complete work, AI, so you can find answers from anywhere and get work done faster. Introducing ClickUp, the everything app for work.
DPCI as we speak. That was the structure that I started as a task team, and then it operated throughout the country and later turned into a unit. It is at this point in time when we formed the Tactical Operation Management Team that I just spoke about. In 2010, I was appointed as the provincial head of the DPCI in Gauteng, as the deputy provincial commissioner, and appointed as a major general at that point in time. On the 8th of November 2016, I was employed by the city of Joburg, and then to establish the anti-corruption crime fighting department known as the Group Forensic Investigation Service. On the 1st of July 2022, I was then reinstated by the Labour Court because as I was working for the city of Joburg, this after I was dismissed from the South African Police Service illegally so, and then the Labour Appeal Court reappointed me or reinstated me. And then during this tenure, I managed to resuscitate the National Organized Crime Secretariat, and then so currently I'm appointed as a Deputy National Commissioner. Otherwise, following is just my relevant experience of official court being a court. This is what I've been talking about, how I came, all the positions that I occupied, and then academic qualifications, commissioners. I've got a national diploma in police administration that I obtained in 1996, and then I've got a BTech in policing that I obtained in 2008, and then I registered for masters, and I abandoned the studies in between the storm that I went through, and then I could not really handle different issues all at the same time. I ended up not proceeding with it. Now, this past year, my record is there. I do have matric that I completed in
Sorry.
1986.
Sorry, General, just to clarify, you have a master's in criminal justice.
No, I said, I don't have a master's in criminal, I said current
It's
studies.
listed under academic qualifications. So
I said current studies.
Okay.
I don't say I have, I say I current studies is what I registered for, and the record is there as well.
No, that's fine. I'm just clarifying because on the CV it says academic qualifications, master's in criminal justice.
No, I think
Studies.
that's why we supplement.
That's fine.
it.
You've clarified. Thank you.
And then when you look at tertiary education, you say National Diploma Police Administration, the Technical and SA, and BTech in policing as you go down. Now, the courses that I have, I've got a riot and crowd control course, which all the police officials, mainly that went to college, have to undergo. But of importance is the investigation course. That all the people that are accusing me, all of them, and that are investigating me, they don't have investigation course. All of them. Anybody who's been here to talk about me, they don't have this course. They've never been trained as detectives. Then they are not detectives. Sergeant course, okay, all the SWAT course, organization and Oxford. I think the list is long. I've done money laundering course. I've been with the Scorpions and NPA. I work for the NPA as well. I'm trained as I investigate corruption, money laundering, organized crime, all those courses. Operations management course for senior managers. I've done all those courses. Work experience, I will skip, Chair, in terms of the job function, but in short, let me say my CV, this is what I've said. The rest is exactly those job functions in terms of those positions that I've occupied. And as we speak now, I'm appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner. I'm responsible for crime detection. And as a Deputy National Commissioner, I signed a performance contract with the National Commissioner. And my job as a Deputy National Commissioner, firstly, I want to talk about the Deputy National Commissioner post, the responsibilities. And just to give a background of it, I do have a document here that says the background to the establishment of the post of Deputy National Commissioner. The Minister of Safety and Security, Mr. Sidney Mufamadi, determined the first scheme of the rationalization, reorganization, and consolidation of the South African Police Service. So the first Deputy National Commissioner were appointed by the National Commissioner with the approval of the Minister and the President. These posts were established to enable the National Commissioner to discharge his responsibilities, exercise his powers, and perform his functions and duties effectively. Now, the mandate of a Deputy National Commissioner, the responsibilities, powers, functions, and duties of the National Commissioners that are related to one of another and related to the same environment were grouped together in different groups in terms of the scheme. A Deputy National Commissioner was appointed in respect of each environment to discharge the responsibilities, exercise the powers, and perform the functions and duties of the National Commissioner on behalf of the National Commissioner in respect of the specific environment for which he or she was appointed, in accordance with the national policing policy determined by the Minister of Police and subject to any directions issued by the Minister of Police and subject to the command and control of the National Commissioner. Now, this binds even all the provincial commissioners, whatever that you do as a Deputy National Commissioner, it binds also the provincial commissioners for as long as you are in agreement with the National Commissioner and led by the National Commissioner. Now,
sorry, General, before you proceed, let me check something. Ms. Hassan, I think General now said, I have a document in front of me, and I think that's what he was reading from. Do we have that in the files? Or is
We don't have that
Is it going to be handed in? What is its position?
Is that a document you wish to hand in to the Commission, General?
yes, that's correct.
Do you have copies for the Commission? Because I wasn't alerted to this document.
It will be in the bundle somewhere, but here is the copy that I want the commissioners to have, because it is very much crucial, because some of the responsibilities that we do, they do because you have a mandate to do them.
Or just a minute, General. Ms. Killian, the General thinks that the document possibly may be within one of the files. Do you know if it is?
As far as my knowledge is concerned, it is not in the supplementary, but we have provided a supplementary. We can correct that overnight.
Or you may, meaning you will add it into the supplementary. All right. And what's the last number or identifier that we have in the supplementary? Do we readily have that so that we may mark it right away?
It's SF 49.
49,
Yes.
yes. So this will be SS 50.
50.
Yeah.
Chair, I have been provided with a copy of the document. But I think it's best.
We may be given
I think
copies
so.
at a later stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. I stopped you. It wasn't quite mid-sentence, but you were in the middle of something. General, do you wish to continue?
What I want to just maybe ask guidance on, Chair. In fact, maybe it will be safe if I go through the statement, because if I don't go through the statement, I wanted to go to my responsibilities and the performance contract that I signed with the National Commissioner. Now, on the other hand, you may find that I'm going here just to be able to say these are my functions, but maybe perhaps it is very much important to read my statement and focus on it.
I think it's better that way.
Yeah, so
because,
that what.
For instance, when you deal with quote unquote points of contention later, you actually go into some detail as to what some of your functions are and so on and so on.
Thank you very much.
So, yeah, I think it will be too much to go into the actual performance contract.
Thank you, Chair.
Please tell us where
Are you going to your statement now, Chair?
I think I'm
Okay.
focusing now on my statement, and then I've spoken about my career path, which is now on page 4. I'm gonna leave my run through, and then I wanna go straight to the labor dispute and investigation encountered dismissals by the Hawks in August 2015.
Before you begin that section, could you just explain to the Commission the relevance of this section? Why is it you felt it important to bring this to the attention of the Commission? What's the relevance for this Commission's mandate?
Commissioner and Chair, in one of the interviews by Lieutenant General Mukhonazi, he said General Sibiya was fired by the police. And the same police, when he came back, they received him well, and then within a year they promoted him. I don't know what special thing he has done that led to him being promoted. So, and that is what led to me putting this paragraph together, considering the fact that when he speaks, he talks about, and he will say, most of you South Africans have forgotten that in 2011, now the 2011 that he's speaking about, I was approached by by General Lebeya, who was the former head of the Hawks. At that time, he was a deputy of General Dramat, the deputy national head of the Hawks. I was a provincial head in Gauteng. He came to me in possession of a newspaper article and a file and say, General Ndluli
Ms. Hazim, I think we are taking up a lot of time. Don't you think the general should just go on with this section?
Chair, that's fine. Not clear to me the relevance yet, but maybe if you could just
Yeah.
read the section into the record.
Let's just go on with the section, General. I'm not being critical of the content of what you are saying, but I think we'll save a lot more time if we just get on with it.
This section that I'm talking about my dismissal, is the same story that I'm explaining. I'm in other words, I'm in my statement.
Oh,
Yes.
oh,
I was allocated a matter to investigate that involved the then head of the Divisional Commissioner of Intelligence, wherein there were allegations that he's involved in murder or kidnapping and fraudulent activities, corruption within the crime intelligence. Now, I was then approached by head office to conduct an investigation that I investigated. I formed a multidisciplinary team. I approached the NPA and they supported me with the investigators, with prosecutors, and we investigated. And then as we were investigating, we experienced a situation where we were all targeted and ultimately removed from the police. It was myself, General Sibiya, General Dramat, even also General Kele was a commissioner of the police at that time. We all found ourselves outside because of that investigation. And we all went to different courts. We came back at our own time, depending on when the labor court finalized your matter. In my case, I was not involved in the rendition completely because it was a head office operation. The people that were arrested of the Zimbabwean who killed a Zimbabwean, a police officer in Zim and then ran into South Africa, they were arrested by crime intelligence. All of them, we can account for each and every suspect that was arrested by crime intelligence at head office. They arrested all those people. And crime intelligence officials were given letter of commendations by their bosses for the job well done. But I was then later implicated to be the one who have given an instruction to arrest those people. So why it is important to mention this story is that what I went through at that time of the illegal rendition, ultimately finding myself out, commissioners, it was a shock in my life because it was the very first time I got suspended, very first time I dismissed for something I was not involved. And I also submitted a statement to the Zondo Commission at that time. Witnesses lied. The judges in the cases, they say, but it was all lies. And General Ntlemeza, who fired me, was actually found by the court to have been an unreliable person who lacked honor and integrity and was ultimately also removed and fired and his rank taken as a result of that. Now, I got back to the police because the court reinstated me. And then I started working. And I was, because of the fact that already a person was now appointed at Gauteng, there was now a General Kado was now appointed in Gauteng. I just said to the police, to the National Commissioner, I don't mind to be placed anywhere. And then they said, okay, head office, organized crime component head of organized crime. I went there. I started pushing from organized crime side as a component head. I resuscitated the National Organized Crime Secretariat that deals with projects, wherein I said, we've got a lot of crime in the country. We've got organized crime, we've got commercial crime, we've got corruption in the municipalities. All I want you to do, I want to have a project in each and every sector that needs to be investigated. And I increased the project. When I came back, there were something like 27 projects to 74 projects because every province, we call them every month to make sure that we have projects that are being registered in the respective environment that needs to be attended to, be it drugs, drug cartel, taxi violence, whoever is involved, whether you're talking about all the environment where there is crime committed, especially that needs to be investigated in an organized fashion. We needed to open such projects. We did that. Then
Did this
If you're an estate agent in Johannesburg and you're waiting on your commission, I know the feeling. What I do, what my business does, is we specialize in getting you your money ahead of time so that you don't need to wait, so that you don't need to stress, so that you don't need to worry and get dragged along for 3 months while you wait on your commission. Our service is simple, it's affordable, and it gets you, more importantly, the money you need without waiting, because it is your money after all. Get in touch with us right away.
And others. Now, they've got a particular threshold where they will say we can only take from this threshold, let's say 500,000 upwards. But you've got a lot of corruption, you've got a lot of crime that is committed that actually falls within their mandate, but because it is of a lower scale, it must have organized crime also in the South African police that will look into that level 1 to 3, DPCI level 3 to 5, where they focus on now on other layers, including international layers. Now that's the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. So from our side, we had to look into that. Where there is crime, where there's commercial crime, where you have illegal goods coming into the country, those were our responsibilities. But over and above, even though the DPCI is the one that must investigate according to their mandate, the National Commissioner is still responsible and accountable for crime in general throughout the country. He then will say, for an example, let me give an example of the cash in transit. The National Commissioner says there's so many cash in transit that are taking place in the country. And I have to account as the National Commissioner. And if we only focus on the DPCI and say they are the one who are doing it, and then, yeah, we are all affected, then he will call a meeting where all of us sit together with the DPCI and us working together. So that's how we'll get involved interchangeably in some of the project, Chairperson.
All right, please continue.
Yes. So now, I was then back into the system, and I pushed from my side in terms of my responsibilities. Then in 2023, the 1st of July, I was then promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General by the National Commissioner. My responsibilities now was to oversee the operations and the work of both crime detection. I have 2 divisional commissioners reporting to me, which is Lieutenant General Kumalo of Crime Intelligence and also Lieutenant General Sintumule of Detective and Forensics.
General, just to be clear, you have now moved off the section on labor disputes. Because I hear you talking about your current, for 2023 onwards. So have we moved on then from the section on labor disputes? Because I'm not sure what you're speaking to.
Maybe perhaps what I need to do is to go through my statement line by line so that I don't do mistakes.
That would be great. Thanks.
Yes, thanks.
And I think you've dealt with the rendition issue already in your explanation to the Commission. So perhaps you can start at paragraph 38.
Paragraph 38.
It's under the heading alleged fraudulent travel claims.
Perhaps before that, Ms. Hassan, General, You were starting on what I think is in paragraph 16. Maybe just complete that, even if it means reading that paragraph into the record.
Paragraph 16.
Yeah, 16.
In July 2023, I was promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General and appointed as a Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection. In this capacity, I assumed overall command of Detective and Forensic Science Laboratories and Crime Intelligence. My appointment to this position placed me at the forefront of shaping and directing the operational framework for crime detection in the Republic, ensuring the alignment of policing strategies and national priorities and international best practice. It also underscored the continued confidence of the SAPS in my leadership and my ability to drive systemic improvement in the fight against crime. I attach here to a copy of my curriculum vitae and marked SS1 for ease of reference. We've dealt with my curriculum vitae.
Yes, thank you.
The labor dispute I've dealt with. Although here I've mentioned pertinent issues that I would want to, I've mentioned, although I've run through the arrest and the illegal rendition, but there were some important comments that were made by the judges in my matter to show that I was not involved and I was unfairly dismissed and targeted, and there was political interference. And when I talk about political interference, later I will mention where there is still political interference in what I'm going through now. And at that point in time, I need to also make sure that if I don't get that point, I hope the evidence leader will be of assistance there. Paragraph 38. Alleged fraudulent claims. What I want to highlight specifically in relation to the alleged fraudulent claims, as the crime intelligence were attempting very hard to get me out of the system, they realized that the illegal rendition matter is not working because I was not involved, and they could see that even the courts were clearing me. At the same time, I went through the same process I'm going through now. They then introduced the illegal rendition of the fraudulent. They charged me for fraudulent kilometer claims. Now, the fraudulent kilometer claims that I was charged for, to give a short background, is that I had a car that I bought after I was promoted as a brigadier. And with the excitement, I went and I bought a BMW 330. It was a small car. But one day, a policeman was killed in Tembisa. And as the head of the Hawks, I had to attend the scene of crime. But that car was giving me challenges because the policeman was killed and left his body dumped on top of the mountain. So I could not go up there or deeper with the car because it was a very small car and it was struggling. Coming from that scene, I went straight to BMW where I bought the car and said, hey, where I work now, I'm expected to visit some of these things, and this thing is not really helping me. Then there was a Porsche Cayenne parked outside. It's a second-hand car, very old. Then the owner said to me, don't you want to test drive this car and maybe check how it is, if you like it? It was within the price range because it has 74,000 kilometers. So the car that I bought, it was more than that. Then he said, maybe test drive this Porsche Cayenne, you may like it. Well, it was the first time getting into a Porsche Cayenne. And then I test drove that car that day. As I was on the freeway and I was testing it, I enjoyed it. The next day I said, I'm taking this car. Then I was driving that Porsche, and it was beautiful, I liked it. Come the time when it had to go for service, because it was beyond 100, I said, no, it's still within the motor plan. I took it to Porsche, they fixed it, and it needed more than 30,000 rand. I said, yes, but it's within a motor plan, it doesn't complete at 100,000. They said, no. Porsche is not how it works. The motor plan doesn't go with the car, it goes with the owner. This car you bought, it's yours. You have to find a way of paying. I then went to BMW and said, but You didn't tell me that because this thing doesn't reach 100, I don't even get a motor plan. Now they say I must pay this thing, but you didn't tell me. And then he tried to speak to them, and the Porsche didn't agree. He then said to me, you know what? This Porsche is an expensive car. It's still going to give you challenges maybe here and there. Rather leave this thing. Go down there in the basement. Look at the bigger cars, X5, X6, whatever that you may like to the price range. Then I went down and I looked and I chose one X6 within the price. It also had more than 80,000 kilometers. When a car is at that level, it's affordable. I chose that X6. Now, as I was driving this car, both cars, as I was just driving it and then from there change to X6. Now they see different kilometer claims that I'm submitting. One moment is Porsche, one moment is this. Then they charged me for fraudulent kilometer claim. They said, I said I was driving a Porsche, but I was driving an X6. And then they charged me for that. Then the magistrate asked a question and say, all right, you say you're charging this man for driving an X6, but he claimed for the X6 instead of for the Porsche Cayenne. Then he said, okay, which one has got a bigger engine capacity? Only to find out the Porsche Cayenne was a 5-liter. And then the X6 was a lower liter. It was a 3.5 liter. Then the magistrate said, so you're charging him for shooting himself on the foot that he claimed lesser than what he was supposed to claim. Then they couldn't answer. Then the magistrate asked the prosecutor and say, why did you charge this man? The prosecutor says, into the court record, that record is still there. He says, I know there's no case and there was no case, but I was instructed to put the matter in the court roll. Now, that's how the magistrate said, you are released. Then that's how I was acquitted in that case. That's the fraudulent kilometer claim issue. So it's one of those cases. Now, I have to go to allegations of high treason.
Before that, General, I think under this topic, there's information that I think is important to put on record for completeness of what you are explaining. At paragraph 39, you speak about this from paragraph 38 up to 41. In paragraph 39, you do state that these charges that were finally brought against you were a product of a complaint or allegations by somebody. Maybe you need to put that on record. Paragraph 39?
Despite this, a criminal docket for fraud and corruption was later opened against me in March 2015, based on allegations made by Mr. Imran Bhatt, an individual implicated in organized crime and human trafficking, whom I have previously investigated while serving as head office of the Hawks in Gauteng.
So this person, Imran Bhatt, is a civilian or is a member of the police?
He's a Pakistani national who's involved in human trafficking.
Okay, but not a police officer.
It's not a police officer.
Okay, and then in paragraph 40, you say what period these allegations or this story about fraudulent travel claims relate to. Maybe you should put that on record, what period we are talking about. You do say in the first line.
I said, additionally, in February 2016,
yes,
I was arrested and charged with 5 counts of fraud. The charges were premised on the above fraud and corruption docket, as well as claims that I had corruptly acquired a BMW and had submitted fraudulent travel and petrol claims.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Unless you think the rest of it is important, you want to put it on record, but I just wanted the date to be on record.
Yes, and it also reminded me of the fact that they were actually alleging that this car was actually bought for me by a person who was supposed to have been charged for poaching. They said the money was paid by someone for me to buy this car. They then went, same crime intelligence went to BMW. I've got a whole file where they went and obtained statement to check how I procured or how I purchased the car. They found that from day one, I applied for finance. I paid the car, no deposit was ever paid, no any other money paid into the bank or BMW. I've been paying for this car until I changed it. So that is one of the key things that I wanted to mention. The same applies to what I'm going through is just history repeating itself, because I'll be taking the commissioners through and say, as I'm taking to you, as they say, they will talk about the 2 million here. Let's look at all the bonds that I have, and you tell me where this 2 million paid where. So I just want to go step by step.
No, General, I know that I interrupted you. You were moving to discuss high treason and espionage allegations against you. I just wanted clarification on those two issues. You may proceed.
During December 2016, the former Gauteng of the Hawks Major General Prince Mokotedi made a statement under oath in which he alleged that I, together with several other individuals, was implicated in offenses of high treason and espionage. These allegations were purported based on a so-called top-secret intelligence report, which he claimed to have received around April 2016. The report allegedly implicated me, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Mr. Robert McBride, Ms. Candice Coutier, and other unidentified persons said to be associated with AfriForum and the Democratic Alliance. The intelligence report concerned was highly questionable. Now, according to General Mokotedi, a meeting allegedly took place on the 3rd of December 2016 at the property previously owned by a convicted criminal, during which it was purported discussed that certain senior officials and individuals supportive of the former President Jacob Zuma would be targeted through false criminal investigations and a coordinated media campaign designed to discredit them. It was further alleged that pressure would be placed on politicians to remove certain senior officials from office. That damaging information concerning President Zuma's son would be used to mobilize public pressure, and that these actions would culminate in an Arab Spring type uprising intended to destabilize the country and force the resignation of President Zuma. On this basis, General Mokotedi concluded that these alleged plans constituted high treason and espionage. Now, I just want to say, and I was labeled to be a member of the Gestapo gang at that time, because it was somewhere in the statement that I'm a Gestapo gang member and we are involved in high treason and high. So those were the small charges that were brought in. At this present moment, same modus operandi, I'm a Big Five or member of the Big Five. I just want to remind the commissioners constantly that I went through this from intelligence, these allegations, this modus operandi, same allegations, same way. So I'll continue.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many, from passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Contained in General Mokotedi's statement were demonstrably false, inherently implausible. The intelligence report upon which he relied was unsigned, lacked any indication that it was authorized or approved by the management of crime intelligence, and did not bear the hallmarks of an authentic intelligence project. If it did emanate from crime intelligence, it could only have been generated for improper and ulterior purposes, as none of allegations contained therein were true or supported by any evidence. Portions of the report further contained patently absurd claims, including allegations of widespread corruption and abuse of statutory powers and organized criminal conduct by senior officials, and none of which were ever substantiated. Paragraph 47, in total, more than 20 criminal cases were opened against me by a task team established under General Ntlemaza and Crime Intelligence, forming part of unsubstantiated and focused campaign to have me arrested, removed from office, and publicly discredited. As a consequence of this action, senior managers within the SAPS and members of the public were led to believe that I was involved in serious criminality, including corruption, organized crime, and drug dealing. These allegations have caused profound and lasting harm to my reputation, integrity, and career, notwithstanding the complete lack of factual foundation. Regrettably, the pattern that characterized those events continues to manifest itself with similar unfounded attacks against being directed at me. Now, Chair, exactly what I read. We must take everything that I read here. And if we were to put a table and divide it into two, these allegations make the modus operandi the same way. And you put it on the left, on the right-hand side, it's the same thing. Who marched against me? Or I want to put it this way, my advocate warned me several times to say, stop asking questions, you answer, not ask. What happened is that when there was this thing when Crime Intelligence was heads were arrested, Divisional Commissioner. And then information was heard, and there was a newspaper article that says the National Commissioner was going to be arrested the following week. Then comes the press conference, but of importance that I want to mention, there was a march that was planned in KZN. There was a march that was planned in KZN by MK Party.
Sorry, General. You said Divisional Commissioner. You did not mention the section. Divisional Commissioner for what?
Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Kumalo.
Thank you.
And 6 others, his colleagues, they were arrested. And I didn't even know for the reasons why they were arrested. Even now, I do know it was mostly mentioned about the employment of a brigadier, but apparently there are many other charges as the reports of the IGI. But what concerns me the most, Chair, is the fact that there was a march that was planned in KZN by MK Party. And MK Party, they were saying the march is about the fight in general, the fight against crime in general, and also crime against women, GB violence, and then also in support of General Mkhwanazi. Then the National Commissioner, General Masemola, calls me and he sends me to KZN and he says to me, I want you to go and receive the memorandum there. He calls me to his office. I said, okay, I will go because he's a National Commissioner and I'm a Deputy National Commissioner. I can't say no. He relies on us. I said, I will go. But he knew and understood the relationship that I have with General Mkhwanazi, that the relationship is not well at all. But he sends me there to KZN to go and receive the memorandum. So now, I then said, okay, let me organize protection for myself. I asked for 4 members of Special Task Force and NIU, and I said, I will live here with them to the airport. I was expected to be on stage at 10 o'clock. I will leave with there in the morning. I'm not going to sleep there. I'll leave here in the morning. And then when we get there, we'll be waiting somewhere at the hotel. And then from there, just 1 minute to 10, I will be on stage. And then I'll receive the memorandum. And then I'll just tell them that the memorandum is well received and that I will pass it to the seniors. Thank you very much, and leave. Then the spokesperson came and said, National Commissioner, but why this drama? Why do you send General Sibiya there when you know that General Sibiya's relationship with General Mkhwanazi is not so well? And then because now you're creating an unnecessary drama, and the National Commissioner listened to the spokesperson. He then said, no, it's okay, you don't have to go. Then the march was cancelled. But it was MK party that was marching there. Now,
General, when was this?
It was sometimes last year. Just that march is there. There's a record. I'll get the date. I've got paperwork in my.
It was after the press conference of July 6th.
I think so. It was after the press conference.
Right.
Now, I just don't want to lose my trail of thought, because if I begin to think of the date, I'll provide paperwork. I have it. The National Commissioners, then the march was cancelled. Now, as the march was cancelled, MK party is the one now that goes and open a criminal case against me and the minister for defeating the ends of justice in relation to 121 dockets. I'll still get to the 121 docket issue for attempting to defeat or for defeating the ends of justice. MK party. Then from there, I had to go and account before the MK party in parliament. Then I raised a concern and say, but Mr. Chair, I'm sitting here having to come and account to the nation, but the MK party opened a case against me, and I have to face them and let them ask me questions. Fine.
Are you talking about the ad hoc committee?
Ad hoc committee.
Okay.
And
that committee is made up of multiple parties.
I
not
know.
just the MK party.
I know. But I raised that concern only specifically in relation to the MK, because there was a Honorable Skwasana there, who is the one who went and opened the case against me. I said, but do I have to stand before him now and account before him? Because all I was being asked was humiliating questions. I was being humiliated publicly, undermined throughout, even after I testified. Every witness that came, you listen to the MK party, how they are humiliating me, how they are speaking down upon me. Not only them though, but even when a question doesn't need Sibiya, they will say, you're speaking like Sibiya, or there was one general here who came here, he said 1, 2, 3, 4. Even it's a different witness, but I was the one that is being attacked the most. Now, I was just raising this point of the MK party issue now. Now, MK opened a case against me. The same MK statement is being used by a Brigadier Kunena to apply for a search warrant when my house was raided. The same MK is the one that also came and marched against me at head office. As I'm sitting in the office, you hear people toying in the street. It's MK party. That's it. And then you get TikTok messages that say, you touch Mkhwanazi, you touch us, you'll see another July unrest you've never had. There were such messages that will come. Now, here I'm sitting with a situation where I'm being tackled politically as well. As much as there are allegations on the 121 dockets, but there's so much pressure mounting on me, being pushed out of office when I've done nothing wrong. So now, let me pause so that I don't go deeper, but I want to say, Chair, let me put this once and for all at rest. Who fired me when we were all removed? It was Minister Nhleko. who is now the MK party. I don't know his rank there, his level there. It was the President Zuma who was there. Now, all of a sudden, you also get the leg that comes from city of Joburg. General Mkhwanazi was advised to go to the city of Joburg and also go collect some information on me. Who is the chief whip in MK party? Miss Colleen Makube, who was the speaker in parliament, in city of Joburg. Now, General Mkhwanazi goes there, speak to a gentleman whom we investigated in different cases, and they then caused this member to make a statement. I don't want to say a derogatory statement, but it was a statement where you see this man is clearly undermining you and speaking ill of me in all respect, belittling me the possible way he can. Now, he says that I'm here to support General Mkhwanazi. He came to see me. And he also acknowledged that I have got a personal relationship with Colleen Makubela, Miss Colleen Makubela in MK party. Now, to me, this whole thing is political still. Let me proceed. I just wanted to put that part.
Thanks. You're at
So that it remains.
You're at paragraph 49, the public protector investigation.
Public protector
So
investigation.
maybe before you do that, just so that things are not left hanging, are you going to come? Maybe let me ask first this question. You've described what you say is the role of the MK party. Is that what you were referring to much earlier in your statement when you spoke about continuing political interference?
Yes.
Or are you still going to be saying more? That's what you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And yes, Kira?
Thank you very much, because this is what I'm going through, and then now, I don't know whether to bring this point at this point in time or at a much later stage, but what worries me is that, you see, when you look at all the provincial commissioners, no one you will see on social media. No one is being spoken about on social media. They don't have followers because you are not allowed to be on social media as policemen. But you've got this one provincial commissioner who's on social media every day. Now, you've got political parties fighting to have him. He's supported by MK. Then you also have, I spoke to one MMC who was asking me, what is going on? Allow me not to mention the name, Chair. He was asking me, what is going on in this thing? We want to understand this thing. And I said, I explained, and I said, you know what, the problem is that even though we see what is happening, the problem is that in case that then when you get heard speaking against Mkhwanazi, General Mkhwanazi, then you see people beginning to have some clicks and distancing themselves from the party. Now, we've got now this person who's got social media following, a lot of them. I'm told that there are many thousand accounts on social media. Now, you've got...
Does General Mkhwanazi have his own accounts, social media accounts, or does he have a presence on social media through posts by other people?
Commissioner...
Because if it's the latter, you cannot expect him to have control over that.
Commissioner, I must say, directly or indirectly, there's no way he's not involved. For simple reasons.
No, can you answer? Does he have his own social media accounts? Yes or no?
I don't know about that, Commissioner.
So I'm not sure that it's fair then to make the point that you appear to be trying to make. Because he has no control over what other people post about him.
May I respond, Commissioner?
Yes, please.
Commissioner, I'm responding to you, not in argument, but I want to ask the Commissioner to please bear with me. Let me put my point, and I do know, Commissioner, that I'm putting it with respect. And where the Commissioner says to me, but I don't agree with you, I will then keep quiet. Commissioner, if this is the case that he does not have control over what people say about him.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Yeah.
Yes, I'm responding to
Yes,
Commissioner.
yes.
It cannot be that it is only about General Mkhwanazi, not any other provincial commissioners, because many commissioners, if you ask them who's the provincial commissioner of Northern Cape, people won't know. But what I want to say is that all the pictures, all the photos, whether it's camouflage, whether in everything that is happening on a daily basis about General Mkhwanazi is on social media. And then when you say something here, when I sit here and say something, whether it was on radio or on TV or an interview, whatever, the many attacks that I get, it's a lot coming from the same direction. And then the excuse that says, I'm not on social media and I'm not the one and I'm not responsible, I don't agree with that notion. But I can leave it there, Commissioner. This is where I will leave it. But what I want to say is that social media has been...
Sorry, just before you go on, I just want to clarify this, because what you're saying, you are, in response to the chair's question, you're saying that you don't agree, but you're speculating that there's something more to it, that the social media, posts, the numerous posts on social media that are in favor of General Mkhwanazi and against you is orchestrated somehow. But you are speculating.
No, I'm not speculating.
You have evidence.
Well, let's take yesterday. What happened yesterday? There was a Mr. Mutibedi who was talking about the involvement of the PKTT that harassed him, that planned to kill him, that searched him with a fraudulent search warrant. This whole thing is now all over social media. His explanation, everything about him gets immediate attention.
Do you want to go there? Because I saw that in the news, and my understanding is that there's either litigation or threatened litigation that relates to that. Do you want to go there?
I will stop, Commissioner.
Perhaps to go back to Ms. Hassim's question. As I understand it, what she's asking is, you've said that that all these favorable social media activity in favor of General Mkhwanazi, there's something going on there. And Ms. Hassim was really asking you, do you have facts or evidence in support of what you're saying, or you're speculating that General Mkhwanazi may have something to do with it? And I haven't heard you answer that direct question.
It's just that, Chair, I know I'm not speculating. It is the case. But the simple question is, do you have the account name? Do you have the account number? Do you know this? I won't have it. I don't have it. But why I'm saying that, I have been given names to say this person who's responsible for General Mkhwanazi's social media are the following, or is this one. I have that name, but up until I also have evidence or proof, I cannot sit here and say, here is this name. But I do have it.
I think the point lies in the last thing that you say, that you don't yet, at least, I'm happy to put in the word yet, you don't yet have proof of what you have been told by somebody, that there is this person who's in charge of that account. You don't have.
I used to say, if I hear AI one more time, I'm going to lose it. But Monday.com is super easy to use and knows how to do AI right. My team quit going through endless documents ourselves. Monday Sidekick handles that now, pulling the crucial info and then prioritizing based on whatever we need. So stuff that takes my team hours is now done before they even open their laptop. I use it for insights and action suggestions constantly, especially on those back-to-back meeting days. All these AI features are built directly into Monday.com and actually use our real data. With Monday.com, AI isn't some over-promising future. It's here. It just works. Like, actually saves us time and resources kind of work.
Monday Sidekick, AI you'll love to use. Start a free trial today at Monday.com.
At the ad hoc committee, he did mention where he spoke specifically about General Mkhwanazi coming to see him. And also the fact that he's got a relationship with Ms. Colleen Makubele. And to me, it's what a coincidence that now, all of a sudden, because there's also Ms. Colleen Makubele there, now the city of Joburg's, some issue also is being brought into the fore.
Yeah, General, can I just stop you there? You've said that this witness from City of Joburg, in his statement, he says that General Mkhwanazi came to see him. That answers part of what I wanted I was asking for clarification on. The earlier part of it is where you say he was advised. And my question is, you know for a fact that he was advised, and by whom? If you could just answer that part.
I think when you listen to Mesuli Mlandu talking and say that General Mkhwanazi contacted me and came to see me, logically speaking, tells me that he cannot wake up one day and also then go to the city of Joburg and go and look for information about General Sibiya. And when, in fact, already Mesuli Mlandu said, I've got a personal relationship with Colleen Makubela, and that I'm doing this in support of General Mkhwanazi because he came to see me about it. So if maybe my answer is not sufficient, Chair, I will leave it at that as well.
No, I accept that is your answer. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Sim.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloy. I think I'll leave that there as well. If we can move on if there aren't any further questions from the bench. General Sibiya, let's get back to your statement. You were at paragraph 49.
49, the public protector investigation.
Yes.
On the 8th of March 2018, a complaint was lodged with the then public protector when I was now working at the city of Joburg, Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane, requesting an investigation into, inter alia, whether the establishment of the Group Forensic Investigation Service and my subsequent appointment as its executive head by the city of Joburg were improper and irregular. Advocate Mkhwebane indeed investigated the allegations contained in the aforesaid complaint, and on 18 December 2020, Advocate Mkhwebane published a report number 21 of 2020-2021 titled Report on an Investigation into Allegations of Maladministration relating to irregular appointment, irregular salary increase, financial mismanagement, procurement irregularities, and conflict of interest in the city of Joburg. In the public protector report, Advocate Mkhwebane found that the allegations regarding the establishment of the Group Forensic Investigation Service and my subsequent appointment as its executive head by COG were not substantiated. She further held that both my appointment and the regrading of my remuneration were in compliance with the applicable legal framework of COJ, and that on the evidence available to her, she concluded that there was no justifiable basis either in law or in the fact, to impugn the process followed by COJ in appointing me and subsequently adjusting my salary. Now, I want to just add that when the public protector investigated, a complaint was sent to her. She doesn't herself come. Firstly, they sent a list of questions to be responded to. A list of questions to be responded to. All what they needed was provided to them. They came and they interviewed individuals in terms of anything they wanted to know. Now, later, you get to hear that because we were cleared, it was not only myself, there were a lot of other people. It was a big report that found others wanting in others. They said, no, this one is okay, it's cleared. And then we were happy that, okay, that part has been put to bed. So accordingly, Advocate Mkhwebane determined that the conduct of COJ did not amount to improper conduct or contemplated in section 182, subsection 1A of the Constitution, nor to maladministration as envisaged in section 6, subsection 4 of the Public Protector Act. To avoid prolixity, I attach here to marked SS2 the relevant portions of the Public Protector report for ease of reference. Can I go to 53? Yes. Notwithstanding that Public Protector report exonerated both myself and COG of any wrongdoing in relation to my appointment, Al-Jamaa Tapelo Ahmad nevertheless persisted in publishing statements impugning the legitimacy of my appointment and alleging inter alia that I was incapable of, unfit to hold the position of head of group forensics, was politically compromised, and that my independence, impartiality, and credibility had been impeded as a result thereof. Unlawfully procured spying equipment, which I utilized to spy on councillors that were not affiliated to the DA, and in so doing, that I had committed various crimes. Now, accordingly, in and around June 2022, I launched an urgent application in the Johannesburg High Court against Ahmad and Al-Jamaa, in terms of which I sought protection against Ahmad's ongoing and anticipated unlawful and defamatory statement and publication, some of which were issued on the eve of my urgent application. The court held that statements were made by Ahmad were not only de facto defamatory, but were patently false. Additionally, the statements were not benevolent statements made for the public's interest or the sake of their interest, but were inappropriate as well as exploitative and purely derogatory in nature. The court was of the view that I had, through my counsel, provided ample factual evidence that demonstrated the patently false nature of the statement. My application was thus granted with cause. Ahmad and Al-Jamaa noted an appeal against the court's decision. However, the appeal was dismissed. The effect of the dismissal in that the original judgment stands in full force and remains binding, thereby confirming finding of defamation against me. Now, the city of Joburg is political parties. If other political parties attack the mayor for being a mayor in a political party and they use a particular approach to say he implemented this, he appointed this one illegally, this is what was happening in the city of Joburg. But safe to say that, firstly, Chair, what I want to talk about the issue of Al-Jamaa or the issue of the procurement of the spying equipment. It is very much important that I put it, because this thing was reported to the Public Protector, reported to the Inspector General of Intelligence, who referred it to the SSA as it is their mandate, also investigated by the Hawks, and then also by other private companies that were investigated. SSA are the ones who's got the mandate, and they even wrote a letter that says we are the ones who will be able to tell you whether this is a spying equipment or not. They went through that. They came to the office Hawks, public protector. They also came SSA. They went through the equipment, and they went through the war room that we built. Now, allow me, Chair, to just give you why we had to procure such. I'm a trained investigator and a well-experienced investigator in the field of investigation. Where I grew up in the investigation company, we had the Scorpions, they had what we call the Crime Information Collection Unit. We, at the DPCI, as we speak, they've got what we call the PCMC, Priority Crime Investigation Management Section, where you've got your analysts, where each and every docket that is being opened is also analyzed so that you can see whether you can connect this person, modus operandi, or... Now, in the city of Joburg, the city's got something like, I don't know, I can't remember whether it's 13 entities, but also departments, but another one is 20 or another one is 13. But what is important is that there's so much crime committed in the cities, different cities. There's so much corruption. There's so much theft committed in every space. In other instances, you find that at revenue services, where people pay electricity, you find that you've got people that are touters. You find many people roaming around there. When you come to pay, they will say to you, the queue is long. Let us see how best we can assist you. Let us do this. And then we can get your account also, maybe a discount. They work with certain individuals inside. Now, you need to know if you are group forensics. To start with, I'm the one who established Group Forensics and Investigation Service. It was for that reason that I was employed as well, and say, we want to establish this crime fighting machinery, and I am the one who established it. Now, I say we are here working for the city, and we say we are a world-class city. I need to know, we've got hijacked properties in the city of Joburg. Do we know, as the city of Joburg, how many buildings are hijacked? Who are their owners? I need a system that will capture that part. Now, do we know which department in the city or entity where the city is losing more money and why? We need the entities and to see how they're losing money and what crimes are being committed in different environments. Now, we also have situations where each and every now and then you get a call that says, I suspect my office is bugged. I need someone to come and sweep this office. Now, all right, to do that, state security cannot be every day in the city of Joburg and various other municipalities. Now, what the state security did, they trained each and every department of government, even in the municipalities, they will train what we call a security manager who has done information information management, MIS document, a minimum information security standard document that you will implement. Whether you're talking about document security, about information security, physical security, all those things. Now, in my case, I say, all right, now we've got a lot of theft of laptops, theft of city assets. Now, I said, let's go and do a benchmarking. We went to the Hawks, we went to the banks, we went to Protea Coin, we went to, but we went to 5 different departments to see how best can we have a war room with screens. You've got one car that pours petrol 5 times in a day. Where does the petrol go? You've got one car
General,
that every second...
Sorry to do this. You're giving a lot of examples to explain the picture, but I think you need to now get to the point of what you're trying to say.
Chair, in all fairness, this is a burning issue at the city of Joburg. And every now and then I'm being accused of having procured the spying equipment. And I'm trying to give a background of all the things that led to me. I want the chair, and I want the public, and I want the city to know that it was not spying equipment. It was equipment that should monitor what is happening, all the crimes that is committed in the city of Joburg. It was the equipment that says, if you have this case and this case, it's garbage in, garbage out. Once you put information in this computer, it must tell you that this case relates to that case and that case and that case. Or once you put this name here, this person is involved in that crime and that crime and that crime, and in this department, this guy is the one that is pouring petrol 10 times in a day or what. Now, even other cities were benchmarking from the city of Joburg, because we were trying to make sure that we fight crime in totality. And as I was giving you about the backing of the offices and everything, is that the city was also losing more money. In a sense that every now and then when a new MMC or a city manager or a executive director wants to say, my office is, I suspect, is bugged or something is happening in my office, coming. Now you have to employ a private company, you pay 35,000 to 40,000 rand every now and then. Then we say, but the city is losing a lot of money. This equipment, then we have an engagement with state security that it is this security that this device that you check whether there is any listening device, is there any bomb? Now, that the city can own. Now, we ask state security to say, this you can have, this can have, this can have, this can have, and there are people they trained. Now we had that. Now, those were the equipment procured. And then those equipment were not procured by myself. There's a committee that deals with finances. It must go through the process, even the city manager. But worst of all, the person who signed, I've got documentation, who signed for the procurement of those things is the wife of the city manager, who is the one who turns in turn and says, I procure spying equipment. And she's the one who procured and who signed. I've got.
And who suggested the purchase? Was it not you after that benchmarking exercise you referred?
I suggested. In my case, I'm building capacity for the city to be a world-class city. I copycat like what the DPCI has to say, we have this environment. Now we need to make sure that we know what is happening. Every case that we have, we need to know that this case is not, we're not dealing with a syndicate or we're dealing with an individual case. That is the basis for which we had to procure such. It was just a crime-fighting machinery, nothing to do with spying. But of importance, the state security said there's no spying equipment. They keep on talking about the grabber. There was no grabber ever procured anywhere. And even now, there's no grabber, even in the paperwork.
What capabilities did the machinery have?
The state security is said is just I wanted to use the exact word in the report, Chair, but what?
No, you.
It was
that does not require the report.
Yeah, it was just a preventative measures to see that you are not being listened to, or you are not, or there is maybe others. It was cameras and video cameras. It's just a lot of equipment that we needed. But
for example, I'm thinking, why would CCTV cameras not have been sufficient? Why this machinery? That's why I want to understand the special capabilities.
A CCTV camera, Chair, most of the CCTV cameras, you find that they've been disabled or they don't work. And then in your own office, as a city manager or as mayor or whoever, you won't have cameras all the time in your office, but you suspect that there are things planted in your office. But it was just a counter of such things and within the law. And the SSA even said it cannot even be repurposed to be a listening device or a spying equipment. So we were happy that we were cleared. Even the DPCI.
Perhaps, no, before you get to being cleared, I still want to understand how it worked. in order for me to understand why you are saying it was not a spying device. How exactly would it assist you in curbing crime or stopping the commission of crime?
May the chair repeat the question? I heard what the chair is saying, but I was just trying to also think, in my mind, I was trying to see if I can get that SSA
You see
document.
what I'm trying to get at is, would you plant something in someone's office to be able to see who they meet with and for what purpose? Or what exactly, how exactly would this machinery assist you? Because if you would plant it in people's offices, then obviously it would be a spying device.
No, we're not planting anything in anybody's office.
What did you do with the machinery then? That's what I'm trying to understand. How did it work?
Chair, we are talking about the equipments that are within group forensics, that should the chair says, can you please come and sweep the, where there's going to be a council meeting, and then they sweep the council meeting. Mostly we have to call SSA, or we could do it ourselves, because these are people who once worked at the SSA, who worked there as well, who were trained to use such equipment. So the capability was that they were all preventative measures, not spying devices. It's not something that can spy you.
So the equipment, to just follow on from what the chair posed to you, you're saying the equipment that was purchased was equipment that permitted you, as the city, without outsourcing it to private companies, to do sweeps in order to check for interception devices. And that's the only type of equipment that was purchased.
I don't say that's the only type. There were a lot of equipment.
There was other equipment.
Yes, but
And
those
what equipment was that? You mentioned cameras, I thought. What type of cameras?
I need to be assisted to get to the list, to the state security reports, because I don't want...
Well, General, whilst you are being assisted, perhaps let's take the adjournment at this stage and resume at 11:20. Let's adjourn.
Thanks, Chair.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
I can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call. I'll be in my office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care.
just built a
I just
performance
created a goal
manager.
tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contacts?
Is this Octane compliant?
I want to animate this graphic.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
All right, we are ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Chair, the witness was looking for annexure SS25. Commissioners, you'll find that in your bundle at file 3 of 10, page 430. $430.
Okay,
SS25.
Ms. Hassim, good morning, General. Can I also ask him to look at file 2A, I think, on page 755? Because there was a question that Chair asked, I think maybe it may be answered with reference to that document.
2A page?
Page 7.
2A, page 755.
Do you mind assisting the witness? Thank you.
General, you will recall that Chair said you don't need an SSA report to tell you what the document is because you are the one who suggested that it be purchased. Do you remember that discussion with Chair?
I do, Chair.
Yes. Now, you were responding to that question, and I believe the last question was whether this equipment was buying equipment. So have a look at page 755 to, I think it's 758, and just clarify for us whether that is the equipment that was purchased.
It's one of the equipments, Chair.
It's not all of them.
No, it's not all of them. There were many.
There were many.
When I said there were many, it was just a whole, like, cameras.
But before we
videos.
leave this document, just read, you'll see that on page 755, there's the address and the addressee, and then there are salutations, and then the first paragraph. Just read the last sentence of the second paragraph.
That says the equipment inspected by
The
Mr.
last sentence of that paragraph.
Here with the report on each piece of equipment.
No, General, the
equipment-
paragraph you were reading, it says the equipment cannot.
It says the equipment cannot be used for spying purposes and does not have the capability to be applied as spying equipment.
But since you've said this was part of it, not all of it, maybe you can then move to the next part of the question.
What I think, should I move away completely from this, Chair? But what I wanted to have into the record, Chair, is this letter of SSA is only 2 pages, but 1.5. I won't read all of them, but most importantly, the paragraphs that I think are most relevant.
That's SS 25.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, General.
Paragraph number 2 says, please be informed that the SSA did conduct an inspection, analysis, and test of the equipment that was procured by GVs in order to determine whether it is defensive or offensive. In light of the above inspection and analysis of the instrument and equipment which the GVs is in possession of as per the invoice received from suppliers, the SSA can confirm the following. The instrument in question are technical surveillance countermeasures equipment. TSCM equipment is utilized for identification of eavesdropping devices and cannot be repurposed to perform any other offensive or collection functions. It is not intelligence gathering equipment as alleged. A private company conducted training of COJ functionaries in the utilization of the equipment independently without any sanction and or involvement of the SSA. The SSA did not provide the manuals referred to in the letter. The manuals are documents that freely available on the internet and can be accessed by any individual at the following website, and they give the website. The other equipment of interest that was found in the COJ's war room during inspection is a digital forensic equipment. Digital forensic equipment is the science of acquiring, preserving, retrieving, and presenting data that has been processed electronically and stored on computer media and is governed by Electronic Communications and Transaction Act 25 of 2002 and does not fall within the domain of intelligence service laws. It is normally utilized during criminal investigations. In light of the above, the SSA would like to conclude that there was no contravention of its governing legislation as alleged in the letter. That's what I wanted to read, Chair.
Okay, thank you, General. Just for the sake of completeness, a quick question. These inspections took place at the GFIS offices?
Yes, Chair, they all came gathered at the offices, opened the war room, asked for a paperwork, take each device, compare with the invoice, go through it. They took them to go and inspect them. Then a report was reported, and this was reported by council. It was not done because I wrote a letter or what. Council said, let this be investigated, and then a letter was written, and then the result came.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. So it was inspection at the offices, and would you confirm that there was no equipment anywhere else outside of the offices?
Yes, including a grabber.
Thank you. So we need to return to your statement, and you were at paragraph, I think now you need to turn to paragraph 57.
Now, this is in relation to my subsection from the South African Police Service following the disbandment of the PKTT. On the 12th of September 2025, I was served with a notice of suspension in terms of Regulation 10 Regulation 10 subsection 3 of the South African Police Service Discipline Regulation, in terms of which the National Commissioner suspended me. So the challenges leveled against me can be summarized as follows. Charge 1, serious misconduct in terms of Regulation 5 subsection 3J of the SAPS discipline regulation, in that I on or about 17 January 2025 at or near South African Police Service head office, Pretoria, failed to comply with a lawful order or written instruction without just or reasonable cause, by issuing written instructions to the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence, concerning the deactivation, disbandment of the PKTT, despite having been instructed to leave the matter with the National Commissioner, and without instruction, approval, or consent of the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. Charge 2, serious misconduct in terms of Regulation 5, subsection 3BI of the discipline regulation, in that on or about 4 February 2025, at or near SAPS head office, Pretoria, I performed an act with the intention to cause harm to or to prejudice the interests of the service by issuing instructions to the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Service that all case docket personnel and other resources of the PKTT be withdrawn with immediate effect, without the instruction, approval, or consent of the National Commissioner, which conduct allegedly hindered, delayed, or prejudiced the investigation of the affected case dockets. On the 22nd of April 2025, at or near SAPS head office, Pretoria, I conducted myself in an improper, disgraceful, and unacceptable manner and committed acts which allegedly amounted to or constituted an attempt to defeat or obstruct the course of justice by implementing and pursuing the immediate deactivation and disbandment of the PKTT, which conduct allegedly delayed investigations and or the prosecution of suspension or of the prosecution of suspect involved in serious crime investigated by the task team. Charge 4, serious misconduct in terms of Regulation 5, subsection 3, T, and 5, subsection 3, U of the SAPS discipline regulations, in that I allegedly committed serious misconduct in that on or about 17 January 2025, 4 February 2025, and 22nd April 2025, at or near SAPS head office, Pretoria, I conducted myself in an improper, disgraceful, and unacceptable manner by issuing instructions for the immediate deactivation and disbandment of the PKTT, in defiance of a direct order or instruction issued by the National Commissioner regarding the manner in which the matter was to be dealt with, thereby failing to exercise the power conferred upon me in a responsible and controlled manner, and or failing to participate in endeavors aimed at addressing the root cause of crime. The last charge, charge 5, serious misconduct in terms of Regulation 5, subsection 3T and 5.4 X of the SAPS discipline regulation, in that and on or about 17 January 2025 and 22 April 2025, I conducted myself in an improper, disgraceful, and unacceptable manner and committed misconduct which allegedly detrimentally affected the image of the South African of the service and or brought the service into disrepute and or involved an element of dishonesty by acting contrary to the instructions of the National Commissioner relating to the winding down of the PKTT. The The disciplinary proceedings relating to my suspension are still ongoing. Should I proceed to the disbandment of the political killing task team? Chair, at the outset, I wish to state that in my experience, task teams are ordinarily established for a defined purpose and are intended to operate for a finite lifespan. The PKTT was no different. It was constituted to address a specific operational objective and was never intended to exist indefinitely. I am of the considered view that it was never within the contemplation of the SAP's leadership that the PKTT would remain in existence indefinitely.
Can we just pause there for a moment? Just remind us, when the PKTT was established, were you within SAPS or were you with City of Joburg?
I was in the City of Joburg.
You were in the City of
That's
Joburg.
correct.
So you don't have personal knowledge of what was contemplated by those who established it because you were not within SAPS.
Yes.
You can only, based on documents you have seen or people who have told you.
That's correct.
That this is what was intended.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Sorry, just clarify, you came back to SAPS in July 2022.
That's correct, Commissioner. Must I
May
proceed?
continue?
This is now paragraph 61. This is so because I am aware of a work study report that was prepared as far back as June 2019 regarding the disestablishment of specialized capacities units within the SAPS. To my knowledge, among these specialized capacities units, a dedicated murder and robbery unit would be established, among others. My understanding is that this unit would in due course assume responsibility for the cases presented being dealt with by the PKTT. A copy of this work study is attached here to us, marked as SS3. This is corroborated by the address at Parliament of Portfolio meeting of 5 March 2025. Should I proceed or can I go to, because it is important to go through the annex as well, SS3.
You can go to SS3 if there's something in particular you'd like to draw the
SS3.
attention
What's the file
to.
number?
Pardon?
File number.
Which one?
File 2.
File 2.
Page 114.
I just want to, whilst I have it, Chair, I know that in mine I also made some notes here and there, so I have it already here, but I want to just feel comfortable where I know that I made a comment somewhere.
No, find yours, General.
Without any waste of 114, here I've got it. Now, this document talks about the establishment of specialized capacities, anti-gang units, murder and robbery units, inclusive of taxi violence and cold case investigation functions within the South African Police Service. This document is a report that was sanctioned, and the assignment here, the National Commissioner indicated that during a meeting in 2018 that the establishment of new specialized capacities needs to be investigated with specific focus on murder and robbery, anti-gang, as well as taxi violence. Now, this document talks about the establishment of specialized units, among others, the murder and robbery unit. And the murder and robbery unit, which is intended to investigate, among others, taxi-related killings, serial killings, including police killings and political killings. Now, this document, when it came to my attention as the current head of investigation, I read it, and it's a document that we discussed with the National Commissioner. And as I discussed it with the National Commissioner, when you go to page, commissioners, bear with me, there's a document that I need here specifically, that talks evaluation of
Is that document within SS3?
SS3.
No, I'm asking General, is it within?
It's part of it, but it starts with evaluation of the, because I made my own notes within the date. But in this one, basically, the one that I need, it talks about the establishment of the specialized task team, and then it also talks about the numerous task teams that are in existence, and that those task teams, they run rampant and for unending period of time. I want to read into the record this document.
General, are you referring to this SS3 or the Murray report?
Can we go to the Murray report?
Yes.
Which page?
Let me just get the correct annexure for you.
Because the Murray report and this one are supposed to be together. This one supports the other one. Now, when I page here, I find that I end where it says establishment of specialized unit.
Is there anything in this work study that you want to refer the commission to? Is there anything in the contents?
Yes, in this work study, it actually specifically mentioned and assigns duties, specific duties for each and every unit that is to be re-established. And that duty of the PKTT, the one that we say political killings, are assigned to the murder and robbery unit. Now, the document that I want.
Sorry, maybe if I could try and help. If you look at that SS3, page 125, 5.4.2, and see if that's not what you're looking for.
I've got the 1251, Commissioner.
125, and then paragraph 5.4.2, which starts mandate, murder and robbery. Is that what you're looking for? Which sets out what will fall under the mandate of murder and robbery, and then it includes police killings and political murders. Is that what you're looking for?
No.
Okay.
But as you can see, political murders and attempted murders are also there that must be attended by murder and robbery unit. Now, I want to be able to read my comments supported by the National Commissioner that says, where the National Commissioner says, implementation of this must be done by the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection and Divisional Commissioner Detective working with the provincial commissioners. And he signed it on the 5th of June, 2025. In other words,
Let me help you, General. You seem to be lost. There were two Murray reports. There's the earlier one in 2019. You were not with SLAPS in 2019, so we know that that has nothing to do with you. And this one is dated June 2019. So we know that it precedes even the interministerial discussions that led to the re-establishment of PKTT in its current form. Then there's the much later Murray report, which the current National Commissioner, General Masemola, only approved in 2025, June or May, right? But that is after the minister's decision to disband the PKTT. So, and you refer to it in your statement. So I just want to be clear, which of the Mari reports are you looking for?
I wanted the last one, the very last one, because I am part of it, because I am part of the signatories there.
Somewhere in your statement, you make reference to it and you give the annexure.
It's SS 47.
SS 47.
Yes. Page 776.
And that's which file, Ms. Hassim?
2A, Chair.
2A.
2A.
Thank you.
And it's page 776.
Yes, it's SS 47.
And then, General, I think what you were looking for is at page 786. File 2A.
Yes. 776.
Shall I proceed?
Commissioner, have you found it? Yes, you may proceed.
Now, there's information as you read it, but because of time and the fact that it is, I can't read line by line. If I am to take the commissioners to page 11, which is 786 on top. It talks about the task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly at station level. Task teams found operating in provinces are as follows. Now, it gives you a whole lot of task teams. It's different task teams, all of them, including this one of political killing matters team. Now, what I want to say is that, yes, I was not in the subs, but the fact that I'm now employed and appointed at that level, I carry on with that what I find on the table in the office. Now, when you go to page 809, I know the commissioners have seen it, and I know that I've read at some point Commissioner Baloyi reading it. But maybe from my trail of thought, I need to read it and as to why I'm referring to it. I said, it is deeply concerning that a study of this nature was undertaken and approved by the National Commissioner since 2016 to date, but not implemented by the respective provinces. What is also of concern is that despite numerous work study approvals by different national commissioners, little to no effort was made by provinces to resource and to implement the approved recommendations. This has significantly contributed to the poor performance of the detective service. In the recent crime stats release, it was evident that commercial crime investigations was neglected, considering the fact that the study proved a 17% implementation. Little else can be expected to a greater extent. There is 46 units not implemented, whereas 42 were only partially implemented. In other words, the detectives are operating under a complete deficit. There is an overall 57% shortage of capacity. Now, this is me. I fall, the distinction that must be made, whilst I understand what Commissioner Khumalo is saying, that I was not, or the minister could not have relied on this, I understand that part. In my case, this is, I signed on the 19th of September 2024, which means already this thing was
16th, not 19th.
16th, Chair, my apology.
And let's correct a fact in your commentary there. When you say the study of this nature was approved by the National Commissioner, we know that National Commissioner only approves it in June 2025. So it's 8 months after you said what you said. And we see his approval on page 811.
No, I was not necessarily referring to General Masemola. I was referring to the previous
one.
National Commissioner, because it comes from that era. Even General Masemola was also a signatory as a Deputy National Commissioner at that time. So it comes from that long. Now, in my case, it was a question of people like to be like wheelbarrows. A document sits in someone's office for 5 months, for 8 months, and nothing is happening. Now I'm asking a question and say, where was this document? Why, if the study was completed at that time, it's still running rounds in different people's signature? Money was spent to conduct this type of investigations. I was exactly querying that. Now, when the National Commissioner also came across my recommendations, he said in page 811, implementation of units must be expedited by DNC crime detection, DIVCOM detective, and provincial commissioners. Now, here we're talking about the murder and robbery unit establishment, which has already been established in different provinces, including KZN. Now, the National Commissioner says here, I must implement, make sure that they are implemented. Even though he signed on the only on the 5th of the 6th month, it does not necessarily mean that it reached his office on the 5th of the 6th month. It's something that we've been discussing from my office after I signed it. The next signature was to go to the National Commissioner. So, and the bottom line is that the National Commissioner agrees with us that task teams must be established and that the work of the political killings are to be conducted by the murder and robbery unit.
So you cite this annexure under the topic of disbandment of the PKTT. Are you saying that this report recommends a disbandment of the PKTT?
It definitely does.
Can you take us there?
You see, Chair, what I want to highlight or point out here, at this point in time, this report may not say PKTT, but it talks about provincial structures, task teams, and PKTT is a provincial structure or one of those provincial capacities. It includes PKTT, and it talks about the disestablishment of such, so that we can then capacitate these units. So, as far as I'm concerned, the PKTT is a provincial structure that was established, even though when you listen to the presentation, they will say NPKTT initially, but they call it a PKTT. But it is a provincial structure, a capacity. Now, I am saying, when I look at chapter 12 of the Vision 2030 that says you must build a capable state, you must build a state that is capable of saving the nation, well-resourced, well-capacitated with the latest technology. We're talking about now fighting crime nationally, not in KZN alone. Now, I'm sitting with this, I'm the head of detectives. I'm expected to The detectives haven't been reaching their performance for more than 8 years. Now, I'm saying we need to capacitate the murder and robbery units. We need to make sure that every province is able and capable to can investigate any type of crime that is coming their way. Now, you cannot focus your energy and your resources only in one province and create an elite within only one province that is saving only one province. That is why personally I say we need to build capacity throughout the country. Now,
General, the question was, please show us in this document where it said the PKTT must be disbanded.
Oh, Chair, let me try to look for the paragraph. I thought when I said let us not look only specifically at the word PKTT, but look at provincial capacities. I was in a way trying to respond to that.
If I'm
as well.
not mixing up the witnesses, if you look at page 786, there are several bullets there. Towards the end, there's reference to political matters team. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Minister Mkhunu who said that was a reference to the PKTT. He had initially suggested that it was not, but when he was engaged further, he said that's reference to the PKTT. Yeah, but I'll take you back to the question. What's your answer to the direct question?
I'm struggling to hear the chair, in particular. I think
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I said I hope I'm not mixing up the witnesses. At page 786, there are several bullets, and towards the end, there's one that says political matters team. I seem to recall that Minister Mkhunu, but as I say, I may be wrong as to the identity of the witness. Yeah. Minister Mkhunu said that the reference to political matters team was reference to the PKTT. Yeah. So I guess the short point I'm making is you are saying let's not agonize over the fact that there's no specific reference to the PKTT. So I am saying it looks like there is reference to the PKTT, if indeed the reference to political matters team is reference to the PKTT. Now back to the question, show us where it says a decision was taken to disband the PKTT. Where does this document say that?
Chair, so that I don't spend time going up and down, am I allowed to read the paragraphs so that I will come across the paragraph that I want to refer to? Because I can, let's say...
It's a long document. I have no idea which paragraphs you are referring to. But I will tell you this so long. Of course, you don't have to depend on what Minister Mkhunu said. But when Minister Mkhunu was engaged on that same subject, in the end, I think he accepted that what was recommended was a review, not disbandment.
All right. Let's go to page 796. Paragraph 8.11. And if you read from up, it will say no. 8.9 will say no task team be established without written approval document from the provincial commissioner.
I think you should read 8.10.
Yeah, 8.10 say current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development plan in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. Then you go to 8.11 that says the provincial investigation unit PIUs in the provinces that have been established be closed as discussed in paragraph 6.4, 6.5, 6.4.6, and 7.5. Members currently placed at the establishment PIUs are subjected to skills determination evaluation in order to be placed at murder and robbery organized.
May I? Sorry, so for stopping you mid-sentence. Sorry. In previous testimony, I will not even try this time to identify the witness. We were told that there's a difference between a unit and a task team. Is that so indeed?
It is correct.
So the PKTT is a task team. You read 8.11 that refers to the closure of units. So does that assist you?
It does, Chair, because at some point, this is a report that was crafted by a person, a human being, who sometimes interchangeably uses the words. But I just say, at this point in time, I wish I had gathered those points that are specifically to be able to respond to this question, but maybe I might have to come back to it.
I think
You see, I'm asking you this specifically because where I referred you to earlier, the several bullets at 786, the writer refers to task teams in so many words, whereas in 8.11 reference is made to units in so many words.
In other words, the author of this document doesn't confuse task teams and provincial investigating units. At 786, the reference that the chair took you to, the author talks about task teams that are not monitored. And then at 8.10, the author says current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So it requires a review, not a disbandment.
But somewhere in a document, there's somewhere where they talk about provincial capacities. These capacities at provincial level. This includes the task teams as well. And for that matter, Chair, we have task teams nationally, every province, many task teams. They get established, and when they have performed their duties and they are satisfied, it gets disbanded. It doesn't proceed, continue on an unending basis.
That's a different point. That's a different point. What Mr. Sim is trying to establish is where it's said that the PKTT must be disbanded. But I think you said in the end that you would want to go through this document thoroughly to be able to answer the question. I think in the interest of time, we should move on.
Thank you.
Yes. We may close this file now, General, for now.
Thank you, Chair. I will come back to respond.
All right. We'll close it so long.
Thanks, Chair. So
Thank
you then would be back to your statement at paragraph 62.
Paragraph 62. So the National Commissioner testified that the minister's directive to disestablish the PKTT came as a complete surprise to him. However, I wish to draw the Commissioner's attention to a meeting held on the 1st of November 2024 at the SAPS Academy in Tshwane, which concerned human resource management matters and the organizational structure of the South African Police Service. This meeting was attended by the Minister Mkunu, the two deputy ministers, the National Commissioner, the deputy commissioners, including myself, and other attendees. In this meeting, Minister Mkunu directed the Executive Committee of the SAPS to reconsider and review certain operational capabilities, specifically including the PKTT, on the basis that these task teams were set to duplicate capabilities already existing elsewhere in the SAPS. So this word capabilities is the word I was referring to, but I will come back. Now, Paragraph 64.
Not intending to engage you in a manner that comes close to cross-examination. I will just make this observation, General. Remember the document we just had a look at now?
Yes, Chair.
And you are now talking about surprise with regard to General Masemula, and you are saying he could not have been surprised because at a 2024 meeting, the minister directed that there be a review. Therefore, he would not have been surprised by the disbandment of the PKTT. I think the easiest source for you, rather than this meeting, would have been that document. If you say in that document, there's something that says the PKTT should be disbanded. But as I say, I'm not cross-examining you. I'm just making that observation. You may proceed, unless you wish to comment. But you may proceed.
My comment will be, Chair, is that on the meeting of the first, I think it's November. On that meeting, let me read the statement because I am commenting, and what I'll be commenting on, it will be this, what is in the statement. Chair, now I'm at page 64.
Paragraph 64.
Paragraph 64. I specifically recall the National Commissioner explaining to Minister Mkunu that the PKTT was not established as a permanent or fixed unit within the substructure, but was intended to operate as a temporary task-specific capability, constituted or defined operational purposes. Constituted for defined operational purposes. Accordingly, the National Commissioner's assertion that this establishment came as a surprise to him is, with respect, difficult to reconcile with events preceding the directive and warrant careful scrutiny by the Commission, because the National Commissioner commented in this meeting. We asked for the voice because I would have loved to play for that voice, but we could not get it, where he actually said, no, the task team was just a task team that was meant to involve into a unit at a later stage. So he could not have been surprised because he participated in the discussions. And there are minutes in that regard.
Sorry, again, to clarify, like the chair, not so much to interrogate what you're saying, are you communicating in this paragraph 64 that you were not surprised when the minister issued the letter on the 31st of December? Is that what you're conveying here? Because you were in this meeting, you were part of this discussion, you're surprised that you don't agree or you're skeptical that the National Commissioner says he was surprised by the decision of the minister of the 31st of December. Is your position that you were not surprised?
I was not surprised, and I don't agree with the National Commissioner.
You were surprised that he was surprised.
I don't want to be technically wrong, maybe, and be confused. But what I want to say is that...
So you maybe let me ask more directly. You expected that the minister in December will disband the PKTT? I
didn't expect that he will disband in December, or it will happen. What I knew, it was a subject of discussion.
Yes. So you say it was a discussion that the PKTT will be disbanded, and you say this meeting of November discussed that, the disbandment of the PKTT. It
formed part of those discussions, that meeting of the 1st of November.
Okay.
It was those consultative meetings.
But you didn't expect that, you were not expecting that it would be disbanded on the 31st of December?
Nobody knew that it
I'm asking about you, General.
My apology, Chair, my apology. Sometimes I...
No, it's okay. It's all right. I'm asking about you in particular.
I was not surprised when it happened.
On the 31st of December?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks,
I want
Mr.
to
Singh.
ask a question. What do you understand? Look at paragraph 63, because this is the outcome of the 1 November 2024 meeting, a month before the minister issued his instruction. You say in your own words, in this meeting, Minister Mkunu directed that the executive committee of SAPS, so we know who the executive committee is, it's the generals,
That's correct,
to
Commissioner.
reconsider and review certain operational capabilities, specifically including PKTT. What is your understanding of a review?
My understanding of a review is that we have certain units that when you look at them, do they really still adding value? Or is it rather a duplication of some sort? Or why don't we match that one with that one? So that is what I understand by a review, to say, look, let us re-look into this situation that we are sitting with. We have murder and robbery units, but you also have this capacity. I'm afraid to go long and long because it looks like...
Don't go long. We will come back to it. I just needed your understanding of what a review is. We will come back to it.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. So, General, I think you were saying you were dealing with paragraph 64, where you said that basically you don't believe that the disestablishment was a surprise to the National Commissioner. And you've clarified now that that's because your recollection of the 1 November meeting was that disbandment of the PKTT was discussed.
Yes.
Okay. So you can proceed with paragraph 65.
Whilst I want to proceed with paragraph 65, I just want to say the fact that there was mention made by the National Commissioner that says, I understand PKTT was just a task for a task team was meant to evolve and that it can be done, to me is sufficient. Now I'm moving to paragraph 65. Due to my suspension, I am not in a position to access or obtain the minutes of this meeting, and I am therefore unable to place them before the Commission. I have, however, through my attorneys of record, formally informed the Commission of the existence of these minutes and have requested that the Commission issue a subpoena to SAPS for the production of the relevant minutes. A copy of this correspondence is attached here to SSS4. In my case, I would have preferred, in fact, the voice recordings because it's being recorded. We want to hear the voice, not the minutes, because the minutes you can capture them anyhow you feel like, but the voice recordings will make more sense for me.
But the minutes were provided to you.
Yeah?
The minutes were provided to you. They were draft minutes.
Yes. Yes.
And so, did you read the draft minutes?
I did. I think it is at the time the statement was submitted, I guess. But I have seen those minutes.
It might have been even after the statement was drafted, but that's fine. Do you want to deal with the minutes at all?
I want to deal with the minutes.
I mean, in other words, I hear you saying you would have preferred the oral, but the minister himself provided those draft minutes. So is there any reference in those minutes to disbandment of the PKT?
Yes, Commissioners. I want to... Can I be assisted? Which page?
Yes.
May we... Do we have... Where is it? Where are the minutes?
It's... File 9 of 10, I'm afraid, Chair. So I told you you'd only need those 3. My apologies. File 9 of 10.
You did not take us there. The general did.
And it's page 499. 499.
Can't be. This starts around 750 or something.
Okay, sorry, Chair, I've got the wrong label on my file. It's actually meant to be file 6.
read?
I'm sorry, you said which page again? Sorry, Mr. Sim.
499,
Thank you.
499.
Ms. Hassan, this is bottom of the page numbering because at the top you've got.
The numbering in red.
Yeah, at the bottom.
At the bottom, yes.
Tell us when you are you there, General?
I'm there, Chair. I'm relying on this one of the commission, but when you go to page 99, it's 502. I've got different pages. 99.
99 at the top and 502 at the bottom.
502 below. That says, paragraph 3 reads thus. The minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities such as political killing task team, which are primarily about addressing serious crime. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures, units based on specific category, whilst this duplicates the existing capabilities such as taxi killings, political killings, and being about murders. All about political killing, all being about murders. Minister directed that the presentation should have a narrative in relation to the relationship between the provincial commission. This is something else. Then the response by General Masemola, the last paragraph in the same page, it says, General Masemola indicated that the matter of the provincial commissioners was resolved some time ago by taking them down and have dotted lines to the deputy national commissioners, and the connection could still be done. He further stated that in terms of the inspectorate, in principle, the management agreed that there is a need to do away with it. However, there are difficulties with doing away with the unit right away. He gave an example with the affordability and expenses in case the regulation 35 was to be taken as an option. He further explained that political killing capabilities that is in place was in a form of task team and not a fixed unit or establishment. Now, that is what I wanted to raise, commissioners, that the National Commissioner did not really have serious or any objection. He just was actually agreeing, in agreement, that, look, this is a task team. It was not meant to be a permanent structure. It can be done. And based on these minutes, there's been a series of meetings that then preceded this meeting going ahead, in where this was the subject now, specifically.
As we said, we will engage you at the appropriate stage on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We will return to this document at a later point. You can proceed in your statement. You may put it away. So you would be at paragraph 67 of your statement.
On the 31st of October 2024, there's Ms. Mary Diahas of the University of KwaZulu-Natal who lodged a complaint with the Minister of Police through Parliament regarding the PKTT. In her complaint, Diahas alleged that the PKTT was abusive and amounted to a gross wastage of personal and financial resources. She noted that these issues arose while General Mkhwanazi was in charge. A copy of the DHA's letter is attached here to as marked as Annexer SS6. Can I proceed reading? The House further called for the immediate disbandment of the PKTT and the urgent establishment of a judicial oversight body to investigate its operations, cases, and related matters. On 6th of November 2024, the House complaint was circulated to the Office of the National Commissioner and other members of SAPS by Ms. Mtembu from the Minister Mtunu's office. On the same day, Brigadier Letoko, the Brigadier Letoko from the Office of the National Commissioner acknowledged receipt of the complaint in correspondence. In this acknowledgement, Brigadier Letoko advised that the appointment of a judicial oversight body fell within the powers of the minister and requested that the complaint be placed before the minister for further direction. A copy of this correspondence is attached here to as marked SS7. This is now the different correspondences that were being sent to the Office of the National Commissioner referring it to the Minister's Office. On the 31st of December, Minister Mkhulu...
General, just so that whatever significance you have attached to these paragraphs is not lost on us, maybe if you would just explain the significance, why are you mentioning this and what significance are you asking us to attach to it in a further discussion with you?
What significance I'm attaching to this thing is that when you look at the series of emails that were actually being circulated about the complaint of the political killing task team and as to who must deal with it, and including Office of the National Commissioner saying issues of policy, but I wish I could be reading from it, must be dealt with by the minister. So all I'm saying is that the communication around the political killing task team, it was not like an overnight something where one day we just saw a letter that came. It is something that has been having a build-up, where there were some communications. And these communications, it included all of us, even myself at some point, I was also copied. So it's a subject that I also knew that it is on the table, it is being discussed or looked at. That is what I was trying to maybe signal commissioners.
Thank you.
So you had been copied on the Mary de Haas complaint?
Not Mary de Haas. There is somewhere where I'm copied in the trail of emails that I'm referring to.
Okay.
From Brigadier Letoko and others, because my office was also copied.
And you mentioned this still in the context of you saying the commissioner, national commissioner, could not have been surprised by the decision of the 31st of December.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, General.
You can proceed.
Proceed. This is now paragraph 68.
I believe you read paragraph 69.
On the 6th of November 2024, the House complaint was circulated to the Office of the National Commissioner and other members of SAPS by Ms. Mtembu from the Minister Mtunu's office. On the same day, Brigadier Letoko from the Office of the National Commissioner acknowledged receipt of the complaint in correspondence. In this acknowledgement, Brigadier Letoko advised that the appointment of a judicial oversight body fell within the minister's powers and requested that the complaint be placed before the minister. We read this paragraph before. Paragraph 17 I read paragraph 70 where I say, on the 31st of December, Minister Mkunu addressed a letter to the National Commission of the Subs, General Fanny Masemola. In this letter, Minister Mkunu directed that the PKTT be disbanded with immediate effect. Minister Mkunu further instructed that a preliminary report on the disbandment of the PKTT be submitted to him by the 20th of January 2025, and that a final and closing report be presented to the ministry, the management committee, and the executive committee at their meeting in late January 2025. A copy of this letter is attached here to Annexure SS8. Now, paragraph 71 says, on the 3rd of January 2025, Brigadier Letoko communicated Minister Mkunu's decision to myself and other officials. This communication directed me, the DNC for crime detection, to communicate the deactivation of the PKTT to the relevant teams, implement the deactivation of the PKTT, and further submit a close-up report by 14 January 2025 for the National Commissioner's consideration and sign off. A copy of this document is attached here to SS9. I pause to mention that, as a matter of course, I ordinarily receive regular communication from Brigadier Letoko. In the execution of this function, Brigadier Letoko regularly conveys and copies communication and instructions on behalf of the National Commissioner. This is further evidenced by SS7, which reflects a response by Brigadier Letoko on behalf of the National Commissioner to DHAS conveying such communication. This pattern of communication forms part of the established chain of command. Accordingly, I have always acted on the basis of official instructions transmitted through these channels, and at no stage have I acted outside or contrary to the directive communicated to me in this manner. Paragraph 73, it is accordingly evident from this correspondence that the National Commissioner was fully aware of the disbandment of the PKTT and had instructed me to execute this disbandment in line with Minister Mkunu's directive. It is also noteworthy to add that the National Commissioner did not raise any objection on concerns regarding the disbandment directive. I emphasize that any role that I played in the disbandment of the PKTT was undertaken solely in the course and scope of instructions issued to me by the National Commissioner. As I report directly to him, I was entitled to presume that such instructions were lawfully issued and duly authorized, particularly as I knew that the National Commissioner himself had received directive from the Minister Mkunu. The alternative would have been to defy a direct order from my superior, which would itself have constituted unlawful conduct and a disciplinary offense. On the 7th of January 2025, following receipt of the email from the Office of the National Commissioner dated 3 January 2025, which is SS9, my office directed and emailed to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, and brought SS9 to his attention. I directed that he provide a closing report for his sign off by 13 January 2025. A copy of the email dated 7 January 2025 is attached or marked as SS10. In amplification of the above, I also attach here to marked SS11 a screenshot of the WhatsApp communication between myself and Colonel Afanand of my office. In this exchange, Colonel Afanand confirmed that he discussed the contents of SS9 with Brigadier Letoko, the author thereof, and further confirmed that SS10 was sent to Lieutenant General Khumalo for the purpose of preparing a close-up report to be signed off by 13 January 2025. The National Commissioner was on leave at the time when I received the email on 3 January 2025. General Musikidi was appointed as the acting National Commissioner on the 31st of December 2024. I called Major General Rabi to assist me with preparing an implementation plan. General Rabi is the head of strategic management in the Office of the National Commissioner. After having discussions with Major General Rabi, he confirmed that he would put an implementation plan together for my consideration before and submit to the National Commissioner.
General, can I just check this for clarification? You say General Musikidi was acting on the 31st of December, from the 31st of December.
That is correct.
So as at the date that, sorry, I forget his title, as the date of his email to you on the 3rd of January, General Musikidi would have been the acting National Commissioner at that time.
That is correct.
Is that what it is?
That is correct.
So he would have been so Litoko would have been sending the email of the 3rd of January to you on behalf of the acting National Commissioner in the way things work.
It may be from the National Commissioner as well, because even if he's on leave, he's still able to give instructions as the National Commissioner.
Okay, so there's a possibility that Litoko was sending either on behalf of General Masemula or the acting National Commissioner. Anyone, it could be anyone of the two.
The one thing that is certain is that as Brigadier Litoko, the staff officer, before sending anything outside, either the National Commissioner or acting shall have been discussed with that person, and then it goes.
All right, now I understand. Thank you. Yes, thank you, General. You may proceed to where you were going.
On the 14th of January 2025, General Rabi sent the implementation plan to Major General Sebola from the Office of the National Commissioner on this. And on the 16th of January 2025, General Sebola sent implementation plan to me. A copy of the email reflecting this email trail is attached here to Annexer SS12. In other words, both General Rabi and General Sebola are in the National Commissioner's office. General Rabi is a strategic general responsible for all the reports that come from the National Commissioner, presentation before Parliament, and any strategic issue or report the National Commissioner may want to produce. General Rabi is responsible. Then General Sebola is the executive manager in the Office of the National Commissioner. In other words, General Rabi, from the Office of the National Commissioner, prepared a document, sent it to General Sebola, for General Sebola to discuss with the National Commissioner. Then from there, it can be let out. Now, the foregoing sequence can be seen from the following sequence of correspondence. General Rabi sent the implementation plan to General Sebola from the Office of the National Commissioner on 14 January 2025 at 14:10. General Rabi then sent the implementation plan again to General Sebola on 14 January 2025 at 15:43, meaning the first document went out, and then the National Commissioner, let's say the National Commissioner says, but change 1, 2, 3, or the National Commissioner will say, this is operational, let General Sibiya sign it. Then the originator of the document will then go back and say, no, put it in the name of General Sibiya. Then the document comes back again. That's why the same document was sent, when you can check, at 14:10, then sent back to General Rabis, or General Rabis then sent another one at 15:43. But there is no information written in between other than the logical question will be, why would General Rabi send a document at 14:10? The same document again send it on 15:43. Now, but the bottom line is, I then get that document from the Office of General Sebola. On the 16th of January 2025, at 11:36, General Sibiya then sent the implementation plan to Captain Sibongile from my office. Sibongile then printed the
Is Bongile a surname?
Keketi.
Because it's usually a first name. That's why I'm asking.
Captain Keketi.
All
It's
right,
in my
let's-
office.
Let's continue.
Of
Let's-
God, Commissioner. But it's Keketi in my office. She's one of my support structure in the office. Now, General Rabi had cited the author of the.
Sorry, General, let me just pause you there because you, subsequent to preparing this statement, on Monday evening, you forwarded further annexures for the Commission to consider. And you forwarded an annexure that you said was relevant to paragraph 79 of your statement as SS 43. Do you still want to refer the Commission to that annexure or not? I'm just bringing it to your attention because it's not in the statement as it reads right now, because you sent it to us after the statement.
What is that one? All right, let me use this one. Now,
Is this the annexure that you
yes,
wanted to refer to for this paragraph?
yes. By luck, I came across this document that was sent to me by Captain Keketi that says.
Let me just direct the chair and the commissioners. It's SS 43, and it's page 630, file 2A.
Can I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
The message, the WhatsApp message says, "Good afternoon, DNC. General Sibiya brought that document from General Rabi for your signature. She advised that DNC signs it instead of NASCOM, as the letter is addressed to DIFCOM CI." Then I said, and you can see the time is 16:23. I was no longer in office, I think. I may have been somewhere. I said, "Thank you. Let's sign it in the morning then. This is me." And then this was now on the 16th of January. Then this is the letter that I wanted to, or the annexer that I wanted to just show that my office received it from General Sibiya, and she even sent a note at night, in the evening, and say a message and say, "We received this." They say you must sign it because since it was sent directly to the DIFCOM. Now the National Commission didn't want to sign it from his office, bypass me to the DIFCOM. He just said, "No, since it's addressed to the DIFCOM, then let's be assigned it." Then I signed it. As you see, that letter is not prepared by me. All of it is from the National Commissioner's office.
But it was you that requested, is it General Rabi, to prepare it?
I asked General Rabi, I informed the National Commissioner that I asked General Rabi. The National Commissioner also called General Rabi and said, "Assist General Sibiya to prepare this close-up report." Yes.
Thank you. Please continue.
And did you read the report before you signed it?
I read the report.
And you agreed with the contents?
I read the
Obviously.
contents and I was satisfied.
Okay. Paragraph 80 then.
Before you do that, that message, that WhatsApp message refers to a letter that was addressed to the divisional.
That is the same letter that I signed for the deactivation, as instructed by the National Commissioner.
Yes. No, I'm trying to clear my confusion at least. That message refers to a letter that you wrote to the divisional commissioner, and yet there's discussion of instructions to General Rabi from you. Can you just reconcile that so that I understand the sequence and what these facts that are being spoken to here about?
The letter that I wrote to the divisional commission, I'm now signing the letter. It's my letter now. But that comes from the office of the national commissioner to say, no, because it's directed to the divisional commissioner, let it then be signed by the DNC. But the preparations of the letter comes from General Rabi's office.
At your instance, though, yes, it comes from General Rabi's office at your instance.
I want to remind the chair that General Masemola himself, he also said he instructed General Rabi to help me. I understand and I accept when the chair says in your instance, but how I was advised is that when you establish or you disestablish or whether you want to build a police station or whatever that you want to do in the police, there need to be a work study report that shows that there was an investigation or a study conducted. Now, in deactivating all the things that needs to be in the report, so the best person who can advise you on how to put this report together will be General Rabi. I called him. Then, when the National Commissioner later, when I communicated with him and said, okay, because he was saying to me, the minister says he wants the close-up report by the 20th, and then I will be back on the 14th. Make sure that when we meet, I've got the close-up report. And then I told him that, no, I've also asked General Rabi. He then also called General Rabi to say, General Rabi, make sure that there is this report, and then so that I can get it. In my case, then I directed to General Kumalo as is. And then because the National Commissioner wanted to have a meeting with me on the 14th upon his arrival, I said to General Kumalo, you make sure that I get it on the 13th so that me and him can engage, see where we can fix or change. If it's okay, then the next morning I meet with the National Commissioner. That's what happened and how it happened.
Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. You were at paragraph 80.
General Rabi had cited the author of the implementation plan as being the National Commissioner. That is the first draft. As such, my office had sent it to the National Commissioner for his signature. However, upon discussion with the National Commissioner on the said implementation plan, he instructed me to sign it off because in view it was an operational matter and it was not necessary for him to sign it.
In his view, it was. You said in view. I'm saying in his view, it was.
Yes. Sorry. Chair.
So just to clarify this, because you took us to Annexure SS 43, and SS 43 says General Sibiya advised that the DNC signs it instead of NATCOM. And then in paragraph 80, you say the National Commissioner instructed you to sign it. Because in his view, it was an operational matter. So those are two conflicting statements.
Which page, paragraph?
The paragraph you just read, you said that the National Commissioner instructed you to sign it off.
Yes.
But you just took us to SS 43.
The point is that, General, that conflicts with the WhatsApp text you referred us to.
Yeah, it's not a conflict at all. my staff officer or my admin officer in the office will come to my office and say, General Sibiya says. When you say General Sibiya says, it is the National Commissioner who says. When it comes from General Brigadier Letoko, says Brigadier Letoko says. This is something that comes from the National Commission. Now, how she crafted the message that says General Sibiya brought the document from General Rabi for your signature. She advised that DNC sign it instead of NATCOM, as a letter is addressed to DIFCOM. So General Sibiya will never come to me, give me an instruction that does not come from the National Commissioner. So, hence we are sitting with that document, maybe the emails that shows that is a paragraph that I read before that says General Rabi wrote the document, sent it to General Sibiya. And then the author, when you look at the author, it was the National Commissioner. I took that letter to the National Commissioner and said, NASCOM sign, here is the report that you wanted. He said, no, I can't sign this thing because you can sign it, it's operational. But when you look at the fact that there was correspondence between General Sibiya and General Rabi, it went back to General Rabi, then it came back now as my name, General Sibiya now, no longer, Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, no longer National Commissioner. And you can see that it come from General Rabi. Both of them come from General Rabi. Whether you're talking about the first one of the National Commissioner and the second one come from General Rabi, but through General Sibiya. Now, it is General Sibiya who contact my office and say, no, the DNC can sign it. It does not necessarily mean that it's her instruction. She says I can sign it because it comes from straight from the NASCOM, it's directed to the divisional commissioner, so General Sibiya can sign it. It's not a contradiction at all.
I can ask it this way. Did the National Commissioner speak to you directly and instruct you to sign it off?
Yes.
And when was that?
Remember, I took the first report to him, and he says it in his report that I came to see him on the 14th, and I found him in a meeting with General Sibiya. Remember, it was his first day. There were a couple of things to discuss, including that as well. But then that's when he said, look, you can sign, I think you can sign it because this is operational and this is your team anyway. And then that's when you see the correspondence between General Sibiya and Rabi again. Now, General Rabi coming with a different document that is now written General Sibiya. But you see, the safety point here is this. From General Rabi, it didn't come to me straight. It went to General Sibiya still, who is in the Office of the National Commissioner still, coming to me still from General Sibiya. Whether it came from General Rabi or General Sibiya, it came from the National Commissioner's office to my office. And as you can see, the moment General Sibiya get involved with my PA or staff officer and say, the general can sign it, it doesn't necessarily have to spell out to say that the National Commissioner says general can sign it. So, no, General Sibiya can sign it because it's directed to the DIFCOM. There's no contradiction there.
I think, General, what we are trying to clarify is you referred us to SS 43, which contains an explanation why you end up being the one that signs, and which is you. You say, here's SS 43. I was told that the National Commissioner via Sibiya said I should sign because the letter is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner. That's your SS43, and that's what you rely on.
Yes.
And in the next WhatsApp message on that same page, you say, I will sign the following day. And you explain it's because it was at night. And I think the following day is the 17th. And then in paragraph 80, you appear to give another explanation why you became the one that signed. So keep in mind SS43, which provides an explanation, which you say it's an instruction from the National Commissioner. He say you must sign because the letter is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner. So we have that explanation. But then in 80, paragraph 80 of your statement, you appear to provide a different explanation why you signed. And I think we are trying to clarify how do we reconcile, or how do you reconcile? Maybe how do you reconcile, or how do you want us to reconcile SS43 and what you say in paragraph 80, where you say the National Commissioner instructed me to sign because, in his view, it was an operational matter. That reason is different from SS43. The WhatsApp message in SS43, at least that's how we are reading it, and that's what we are trying to reconcile.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. I just want to say, as is how it happened. The fact that I said, the National Commissioner said, gave me the reason, say, no, you can sign it, it's an operational matter. I'm not taking away still that point. Whilst I also look at the fact that here I'm saying, they say, the National Commissioner say is because it is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner. It means it's operational, it's your division, deal with it. So this is the message that I have, but in my meeting with the National Commissioner, so I sign it, it's operational.
The National Commissioner would have said this to you, following your sequence here in paragraph 79 and 80. The National Commissioner would have said this to you on the 16th itself.
Not on the 16th.
Yes.
It would have been on the 14th.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Asim.
Thank you. I think we should proceed with the remainder of the statement. So can you go to paragraph 81?
Consequently, I changed the name on the implementation plan to my own. And on 17 January 2025, I signed the implementation plan and addressed it to the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Kumalo. A copy of this implementation plan is attached as SS3. Now, I do notice where I say I changed. But in actual fact, when I look at the letter itself, both letters, same letterheads, same font, same type of a document, it tells me that this is how it came. And if it is to be, it's a mistake when I say I changed it because I signed it. It was before I knew that no, but it was sent back. When I say I changed this subsequent, is when the National Commissioner made a statement in when I went to the Labor Court. The National Commissioner said, I rejected his report, and he went back and he went and changed it to his name. Then I responded by saying, but I changed it to mine signature because the National Commissioner said it is operational. But when you begin to get all the paperwork here and there, and you get, remember, National Commissioner or commissioners, I was removed from office, left the gadget. I don't have everything, everything. So I worked from my memory, and then I worked from asking, do you have this or that? Now, whatever I might have said, yes, I will accept the difference. When you say, why did you say you changed it when, in fact, here you say Rabbi is the one. So I'm just saying, whether I changed it to my name or it is General Rabi who changed it to my name. What is important here to note is that the author of the document is General Rabi and the intention is the same. Whether it's me who signed it, who changed this, or it's the same document.
It actually is important, General, because we need to understand what evidence you're relying on. Are you now saying, because you say in your statement, I changed the name on the implementation plan to my own. Are you saying now you want to change that? You want to correct that was not correct when you put it this way?
Yes.
In your written statement. Now, as you sit here, you're saying that's not correct. In fact, you did not change the name.
Yes.
On the implementation plan.
Yes. And the reason why I'm saying this also, Commissioner, you can see this document, this WhatsApp message is a supplement that was sent much later, I think last week, but it's something that was sent at a much later stage and she said, hey, General, I came across this message. I think maybe it might be of assistance. And that's when I saw we needed this thing. So the fact that I wrote here, I changed. To me, I accept that I said that, but I don't find it to be that material from my angle. But if the chair says, look, that it is a material, I will keep quiet, Chair.
I think we have that. In my view, and I cannot speak on behalf of the commissioners, it's material. Either you changed your name or you didn't, and we must know, which version it is you're giving us, because you gave us two different versions. But you're now saying that you want to change your original version to say that you received it with your name on it.
That's what I say.
We can move on then, Chair. All right. I think you're at paragraph 82. Paragraph 82.
Chair, before I go to paragraph 82, I'm just, my mind kicks back on that what the evidence leader just said, but my only concern is that here we are dealing with the documents whose contents, all of it, comes from the Office of the National Commissioner. Now, to me, whether I change the name on top as to it's me or from him, I'm dealing with a document that was not prepared by me. It was prepared by the Office of the National Commissioner. So I just wanted to put that point. So I'll move to
Thank you, General.
To 82.
Sure.
On the National Commissioner's own version, as set out in his answering affidavit in the urgent application instituted by me in the Pretoria High Court under case number 2025 123874, he advised me to consult with General Rabi in the drafting of an implementation plan for the closure of the PKTT. To avoid prolixity, I only attached the relevant portion of the National Commissioner's answering affidavit marked SS14. So I want us to look into SS14 page.
It's file 2 of 10.
211.
Page 210.
Which one? No. I'm being given, this one, it talks about events leading up to my instruction to stay at home. It's not the right one.
This is SS 14 that you provided us, General. It's an
SS
extract from the answering affidavit of the minister filed in the High Court.
General, what are you trying to find? The implementation plan.
No, Commissioner, we're saying on the National Commissioner's own version, as set out in his answering affidavit in the urgent application instituted by me in the High Court under the case number 2025 123874, he advised me to consult with General Rabi in the drafting of an implementation plan for the closure of the PKTT.
General, look at page 211, paragraph 8.6, the last sentence. It starts with, I advised him to consult. Is that what you're looking for?
Page 211.
Page 211, remember we are in file 2, the annexures. Are you in the right file?
File 2, yes.
Yes. So look at page 211, paragraph 8.6, the sentence that starts with, I advised. Remember, it's General Masemula speaking, not you.
Yes. The applicant informed me that the task team should be closed down.
No, further down, General, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line from the top. I advised him to consult with.
I advised him to consult with Major General Rabi, Head of Strategic Management, in drafting an amended plan for closing down the task team. I called Major General Rabi to assist him with the phase-out plan. That's what I needed.
Yes.
To say, even the National Commissioner, he does admit that he advised me to communicate with General Rabi. And that, so which means that plan that I signed, we were working together with the National Commissioner. We were in this thing together that I signed and sent. Can I proceed to?
Yes.
Paragraph 83.
83. The National Commissioner further confirms on his own account that he personally contacted General Rabi and requested him to assist me with the development of a phased-out implementation plan. The email correspondence annexed here to bears this out and demonstrate that Major General Rabi was not a peripheral participant but played a material and substantive role in the preparation of the implementation plan.
I think we should adjourn at this stage and resume at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
How are you doing? How are we doing?